All right, good morning, everyone who's with us. You up there as well, good morning. Welcome to the Museum of Glass in Tacoma. This is our hot shop. We are just getting started. We're having a little bit of a slow start, I think, with the snow outside and all that. But we're going to get going pretty soon here. We have some folks over on the far side renting out a bench, so you can kind of see what they're doing over there in the meantime. And then our hot shop team will be working on some vases for Valentine's Day is what I'm hearing. So we'll be starting on those shortly. My name is Charlotte. I'll be the MC, so if you have any questions that come up, let me know. I'm here to answer them and talk to you about glass. So yeah, when they get going, I will kind of keep you updated on what's happening on the floor. just so I don't have to yell at you, but this makes it a little bit easier. So every week or so, it's not continuous, but about every week we have a visiting artist come in, and the visiting artist is like on a residency here. So they come in to work with our team of glassblowers to create whatever they want. They come in with the ideas, the creative direction, and then our glassblowers kind of take it from there and help them bring it to life. So usually, most weeks we end up having some sort of visiting artist here that we're working with. But like today, we have somebody who's actually just renting out the bench so that they can produce whatever they'd like. In our case, you know, he has his mold over here that he's using to get the same shape over and over to get that consistency. So that's what we call a block. Yeah, so it's a wooden tool that they keep soaked in water that they're able to use to help distribute the glass evenly around the pipe so that when they start to blow air into it, it blows the bubble evenly and it doesn't blow out to one side. Yeah. Yeah, that's the block. So you'll see he's going to go inside of this mold now and start blowing air into the glass so that the glass will take shape of that mold so that he's getting the same consistent shape size every single time that he makes it. I used to, yeah. So I did it through a program called Hilltop Artists in the local area. The museum does a lot of stuff with Hilltop Artists as well. It's a really cool, like, youth kind of opportunity where you get to join a production team and anything that gets made ends up being sold, and then that furthers the, you know, growth of the actual community. You get paid for it. It's like scholarship money that you earn. It was a really cool opportunity. And actually, one of our glassblowers, Trenton, with the man bun and the black shirt, he was also a Hilltop artist and actually still does a lot of work with them. Yeah. Tacoma. Yeah, Tacoma really is known for the museum and all the glass stuff that we invest our time into, and how many opportunities there are for glass blowers just in the Pacific Northwest in general is pretty crazy. So, yeah. So you can see, like, he's getting ready now to actually go ahead and break it off of the pipe. So he heats it up and then he puts a little bit of water on so that he can then tap it off. And then he puts it away into what we call the annealer, which is the big annealer. Yeah, it's this big black box, and it basically just allows the glass to slowly cool down to a room temperature. So it kind of has a whole system on it. It keeps it at a certain temperature until we tell it to start slowly turning down. Yeah, and usually that's an overnight ordeal. It's about like 12 hours usually, but it depends on the thickness of the glass. Sometimes it takes more than, you know, days. It can take weeks. It just depends on how thick that glass is, how long it needs to cool for. And that's just so it can safely get to room temperature without having combustion. Because when glass cools rapidly, the outside temperature is no longer matching the inside, the core temperature, and that's what causes the glass to actually implode on itself.
Whether it's like from a hot like heat like this or the freezer, same concept that whatever, right?
Yeah. So we try to keep it as stable as possible until it goes into that annealer where then it can slowly cool down. And then we're able to pull it out probably tomorrow morning and see what they look like. I actually don't think so. I think they're using, I haven't seen any color, so I think they're just using clear. But what you see, that color that you are seeing is actually just the heat. So that kind of orangey or reddish glow at the pipe, or like when he pulls it out of the actual glass furnace. Yes, this guy here with the door is where they gather the hot glass.
How big or deep? How much like molten glass is there?
About 1,000 pounds.
1,000 pounds.
Yeah, so you can think like a big kind of barrel holding it all. And then they go in there and they rotate.
How wide, like diameter, or like how deep is it?
You can pretty much see.
So that's like pretty much. And then what? Like the walls are like this thick, maybe or something.
Yeah,
Yeah. Ooh.
I would say roughly.
How deep is like the glass in there?
I mean, we're looking at like maybe hip.
Oh wow. So it's full all the way down to like almost the ground, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and those never turn off, so we keep them running 24/7.
24/7.
Yeah. You can imagine like it's a lot of glass in there, and to let it cool down every single day and then try and reheat it just wouldn't work. So keeping it always on, make sure that the glass is always molten and ready to be used. We actually have 2 glass furnaces in our hot shop. So one of them's over here. That's the one that we're using today. And then the one on that side is our second one. Right now it's being refilled. It's, once it gets empty, we have to refill it with more powder glass.
Oh, so you don't like, oh hey, it's like 10% down, refill it, you wait till it gets to zero, and then
You can't ever really get fully to zero, because you can imagine it's like 2,000 something degrees. It's really really hot, and so having to actually go all the way to the bottom to try and get that glass out is really.
so there's always gonna be like a little layer.
Yeah, I mean the whole thing kind of has a little layer to it. It's hard to explain, but when you look inside, you can actually see where the glass is, and then you can see the walls and how they get coated in kind of this glass residue. I like to think of it as like honey. So when you're getting honey to put in your tea or something, right? You scoop it up onto a spoon, and you kind of have to rotate it on so that it stays on the spoon or on the honey stick, right? And that's the same concept, right? It's very viscous, so we have to kind of rotate the pipe. Actually, you'll be able to see it right now as Sarah goes inside to get some glass on top of what she has. She's got some color on the end of her pipe, so they used color, and they have a bubble inside of there, so they blew a small bubble. And you can see how she kind of has to rotate the pipe in a circular motion to coat the whole thing in a new layer of glass. Once she's out, then she's going to start the process of like shaping it and all that. Yeah. All she's doing now is just getting out some air bubbles that might have happened while she was in the furnace gathering some new glass. Sometimes air bubbles can show up on the surface, and so they're able to kind of pull them away and cut them out so that they don't have those air bubbles. But you'll see she's now inside of this big round chamber that reheats the glass. It's what we call the glory hole. So they go inside of there to reheat the glass back up to a temperature where they can actually, oh, look at that, where they can actually start working with it again. So it's all powered by natural gas, everything that you see us using. And it heats up pretty hot so that we're able to get the glass back up to a temperature where we can start working with it again. It's kind of got more motion and fluidity to it, because it starts to cool really quickly. When it's exposed to this environment, the temperature drops pretty fast, and so you have a very short window of time where you're able to actually work with it. And so it's kind of this back and forth motion of heating, sitting down, changing it, heating, sitting down, kind of back and forth until you get to the point where you have, whatever you're trying to make. In our case, is going to be vases. Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to be some sort of a pink or purple. It's hard to tell when it's so hot, just because the heat does distort the color. So what we're seeing right now with our naked eye is kind of this glowing yellow-orange color, when in reality, it's going to cool down all the way and show up as a completely different color. Um, so it's a lot of just kind of guessing what color it is, but I would imagine if it's for Valentine's Day, we're probably working with, a red or a pink or a purple, something really fun and colorful. So right, so there's definitely a difference in dynamic, right, that you're seeing. These two are kind of working in a duo production way where it's, one person is at the bench working and shaping the glass while the other person is kind of what we call like the assistant. So they're taking the glass to the glory hole to reheat it. They're helping blow air into it. They're making sure tools are ready to go. They're, just doing anything they can to make sure that the gaffer is what we call it. That's the person sitting at the bench, is set up for success and able to, do what they need to. On this side of the floor, these glass blowers that work for the museum, they're, they've been a team for forever, and so they really know how to work with one another, and it's a lot of just kind of deciding who will do what and then just letting it go. So you'll see in a moment here, Ben has been heating up this color so that they can do a color wrap. So he's going to take this color and attach it onto the main piece, and then Sarah's going to spin the pipe really quickly so it can create this spiral wrapped color on the outside. Yes, yeah. I wouldn't say that it's necessarily rare, but it's definitely pretty challenging. Um, Doing solo glassblowing means that you end up having to use a tool that connects from the mouth to the end of the blowpipe. It's kind of like this rubber tube, so that you're able to actually blow into the pipe while you're sitting at the bench. So Trenton's here, who's sitting at the other end of the pipe. He's there so that whenever Sarah needs him to blow air, he can do it for her. Whereas if you were doing it solo, you would have to do all those steps on your own. And usually with larger scale pieces, it pretty much has to be a team effort. It can be really challenging to just make a really big piece alone. It's not even just about time. It's like it comes to a point where the glass is so big and you're having to reach so far that your arm starts getting burnt, or the heat starts to hurt. And so it's nice to have people that can assist you by shielding, is what we call it. You kind of hold up a wooden paddle and shield the bare skin of whoever's working with the glass. But it looks like they went through and actually did something called combing. So she went in and kind of pulled on those lines that they just put into the surface of the glass to give it even more interest and, pattern and texture. So you can see they won't protrude, but they'll kind of almost like marble is how I would explain it. Like she's pushing those lines so that they create, instead of it being lines kind of spiraling, it's going to be like they come to a V. Does that make sense? but they'll kind of dip. Yeah. Do you know what I'm saying? So that's what she's doing right now is she's adding some new patterning to it by kind of combing the surface of the glass with this metal tool, kind of like pulling it and trying to get it to create a new pattern. Oh, we have a bunch of cameras around the hot shop, and then we have people up in our AV that kind of control it, and they no, yeah, we got people up there. Shout out to AV. They show us all the camera angles. They pull up any pictures that I need, and yeah. But it's definitely part of the magic of the museum, you know, being able to have all of that kind of a mystery, right? Where are the cameras? How do you get the views and the angles and all that? And it's, yeah. So what she's doing now is going over to the pipe cooler and she's cooling down her pipe. She's basically just kind of putting it into this water trough. It's spitting up water and cooling down the pipe. This is called the glory hole. Yeah. So it's kind of just, it's the chamber that we use to reheat the glass. Yeah, so the guys with the doors on them, you can see the sign says do not open on that one, and then the other one over here, those are glass furnaces. That's where we get all of the clear glass. So all the glass that we start with is completely clear. We have to actually manually go in to add our own color. So we don't work with any pre-made hot color. Some places will have it like, you know, where they have a big cauldron of colored glass that's hot and they can dip into it, but we use just clear glass and then we add our color. Yeah, that's a good question. I actually, if we could play the video, the color video, that would be great.
How long has this interactive video experience existed that you're doing?
We've been doing it for a while.
10 years, 5 years, a couple years, several years?
Several years. Somewhere between 5 to 7.
Oh, okay.
Like it's, we'll see if they can pull it up.
Oh, sure. No rush. How long's the museum been open?
Almost 23 years. No, I mean, I was going to point out that you can definitely see the patterning on the surface a lot more and how it has those pulls in it. Pulls, yeah. Can we please see the video on color? Yeah, so those are called jacks. Jacks, like the name Jack. Yeah. And she's adding what we call a jack line. So it's kind of like a neckline in the piece. It's also creating a weak spot where eventually it'll be broken off from. So it's pretty crucial to have that in place because it gives us the ability to then break it off of the pipe and either go on to a new pipe or have a finished piece.
And is the weak spot just weak because it's like a thin spot? Okay. Yeah.
Right, you can think it has like a different diameter than the rest of the piece. And so when we break off a piece, what we do is actually we apply a little bit of water to that weak spot, that jack line that we're creating, and then we tap on the pipe, which sends those vibrations through and breaks it off. Yeah, yeah. Well, since I can't get the video up, I'll just tell you how we get color. The video's nice because it kind of gives you a whole overview of how we do color overlay, which is one of the techniques that we use today. But we get color, we can do color in 3 different ways. So there's either color bar, which is a solid bar of color that we then break into like, 2 or 3 inch long pieces that then we preheat and then we heat it up all the way and then we kind of let it drip onto the surface of the clear glass to create a coating of color. So there's no like mixing. A lot of people like to think that, oh, you must mix the clear and the color. It's more so building layers. Like I like to think of it as like a sandwich. You're kind of building layers upon layers, and one of those layers is your color. The other way that we can add color is called frit. So it's like a chunky, kind of rocky. Yes, yeah. Bars of color. A bar of color provides like a consistent, and there's no variables in the color. It'll be like pretty much just that one color across the entire vase or cup or whatever it is you're making. Frit is chunky, kind of rocky, and it lets us get a different variety in the color and allows some of that clear to still show, or it's used a lot in like paperweights, and you might not know about the like monkey shines that we do in Tacoma, but lots of things that are like pumpkins. Oh, that's a good one. Pumpkins. The blown pumpkins that they do usually is a frit. Like they roll it onto the surface of the glass and it gives a variation in the color. It can be multicolored sometimes because it's all these different chunks of broken up glass. And then the last one that we use is called powder, and it's in the name, it's powdered glass. So it's pretty much just like sand, right? Like we've gotten it back down to that dust, and then we kind of either can roll it onto the surface, kind of pack it on, or sometimes we dust it onto the surface. So there's 3 different ways that we color. But most cases here at the museum, we tend to use the bar form. So we'll use a bar of color. Yeah, so to start this piece, they got some glass on the end of the blowpipe. They blew a bubble into it, and then they heated up color that they then overlaid on top of that bubble. And then they covered it with more clear glass to create that sandwich. And then they started blowing it up and then added the spiraling with another color, which was another bar of color. And then now they're just working on shaping it and getting it ready to be switched to a new pipe.
So does this have like 5 layers then? There's like a first layer of glass, there's color, then glass, then color, then glass?
Yeah.
Glory holes and strip gather.
Yeah, strip gather. So a strip gather is when they go into the glass furnace, they gather like you normally would, they come out and they allow it to hang and some of that glass that they just got on to kind of come off the surface and it strips off. So you keep a very thin layer of the glass that you just added. He's actually attaching the new pipe. So he got a little bit of glass on the end of this pipe and they're attaching it onto the bottom so that she can then transfer it on. So there's a little bit of water
Why transfer?
so that we can start working with the other side. So what you're seeing is where he attached that pipe is the bottom of the vase. So we want to work with the top so we can start to open it up, create the lip and the neck of the vase. Yeah. So you'll see she's going to kind of adjust the placement on the pipe. And there's an actual opening from the blowpipe, right? Because we were blowing air into it. So there's an opening left over, and that's how we're able to now access the inside of the vase.
So,
This guy? No, he was just made.
how's the color in there? What's in the 3
This was like leftover cane, so something completely different. Um,
So there's not just 3. There's like 3 main colors.
well, cane is to create patterning in the glass. So it's a technique to create patterning, but the cane is made from colored glass, usually a bar that they then stretch. Cane is the act of taking glass, attaching it to 2 separate pipes, and then pulling it, and it creating these very thin, actual like sticks or rods of pulled glass. And you can add patterns on the inside, you can add colors, they can be solid, there's lots of fun things you can do with these. And then what you would do with this is actually like line it up on a surface, heat it up, and then roll it onto the surface of the glass. And it would create a pattern. So that one over there looks like it's colored just because the cane that we used, that was used to make the pony, was colored cane. Yeah, cane is something we actually have to make ourselves. So this was just leftover bits and pieces of cane that then they use to just make a little pony. And they make these a lot. Whenever there's like leftover color on a pipe or they have some like excess pieces that they don't need anymore, they'll turn it into these little ponies.
So it would look pretty pink there. So I don't know if we see when it comes out. Well, I guess when it comes out it'll be molten, but if we're getting closer to the final color.
Yeah, as it starts to cool, like sometimes you'll be able to see the color start to show up. So we can watch and see it go from being super hot, that glowy orange color, down to like close to its original color. Of course, it's still going to be like have a little bit of variant to it just because it's still really hot. Even though it doesn't look hot, it still is. But yeah, you can start to see we definitely are working with like a pink color, and then it looks like we must have done the wrap with red. I think that's what it is. That's what I'm kind of seeing. But you can see she's trimming that opening, trying to create an even edge. So she cut all of that glass off. It'll stay there until the end of the day because it's cooling too quickly to be safe to pick up or touch or anything. Since it is still probably like 1,000 degrees, it'll just hang out there. If it were completely clear, we'd be able to reuse it, recycle it, and put it back into our furnace. But since it's colored, we can't do anything with it. We can't put it back in our furnace because cross-contamination, we'd ruin all of our clear glass. But in the past, we've had like local artists come and they get to kind of pick out what they want and then reuse it and turn it into new art. So, there's some options for what happens to the scraps that fall on the floor.
You know when they have like those broken pottery and they use like that Japanese wood.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was picturing something like that.
yeah, totally. So you can see she went and opened up that mouth of the vase, did some shaping to it. Welcome in, you guys. Good morning. We're working on some vases for Valentine's Day. So we are just about finished with this one. So you'll be able to see kind of a finished piece. And then I think we'll just be continuing to do that for the day. So if you have any questions, let me know.
So you sell those like those discarded pieces to the artists and stuff?
We don't sell them.
Just give them away?
We give them away.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You can see we actually just used a tool called a soffietta. That's that kind of cone. Soffietta. And what it does is it actually allows us to blow some air back into the piece now that we've disconnected from our blowpipe. Because we are on a solid pipe and we do not have a airflow into the piece anymore. So using the soffietta allows a glassblower to kind of blow some air back into the piece, kind of make it puff up again, especially up towards the top. It looks like we are just about done with this piece. We're getting ready to break it off. So one of our glass blowers is going to get dressed into some protective clothing so that they will be able to carry it and put it away safely. So we're going to get ready to break it off now, adding a little bit of water to that connection point. And then we're going to tap it off into the hands of one of our glass blowers and start torching the bottom. And then off to the annealer it goes, where it will be able to cool down slowly to room temperature. Can we give a round of applause for a finished piece? All right, so if you want to see us do it all over again, we'll be here continuing to make some more of those vases. And if you have any questions, let me know. So on the far side, Ben is heating up the color that we're going to be using. And then over here, Sarah is going into the glass furnace and gathering that first gather of glass onto the end of a blowpipe. So we know it's a blowpipe because at the opposite end of where the glass is, it tapers off and there's actually a hole that goes all the way through the pipe and allows air to be blown into the glass. So right now, Sarah's just going to shape it, get it ready, blow a bubble into it so that it can then have the color be added on top. Oh gosh, I don't know. It's like, it's bigger than that. It's probably like half an inch or so. Like, you can think of it like a straw. I think it's the best comparison I can think of right now. Like your average straw is probably about its diameter all the way through. So if you look closely, we can see that the bubble is actually established now inside of the glass. So the hollow space is already created, and now it's just going to be adding on the color that they want it to be and building up the layers so that they have enough mass of glass to work with and change into a vase. So you'll see we're adding on that color. We just allow it to drip onto the top of the glass. I like to kind of imagine it like it's like a little hat at first. And now it's going to just be a process of smoothing it out and spreading it across the entire surface of that clear bubble so that we can make sure that the whole thing will be colored in the finished product. So this will just be kind of a back and forth, heating it up, letting the color spread across the whole surface, and then soon enough adding a new layer of clear glass on top. You'll see we're also starting to heat up that color that we're going to use to do the wrap. So we're going to do that same spiral again across the entire surface of the glass. And so one of our glass blowers is starting to heat that color up, getting it prepared. For those of you that are just recently joining us, we're working on some vases for Valentine's Day. So our Hot Shop team are just getting started. We are starting on a new one now. We've finished only one so far, so you haven't missed much. We just went ahead, added the color onto our glass so that we can now continue to build those layers and eventually start to blow it up and turn it into that vase. So you'll see they're kind of letting the glass cool down before they go in and get a new layer on top.
How much like electric bill does one furnace cost? Like a day or like a year? Any idea?
And it's not electric, it's natural gas. Yeah. But it's not what you would think it would be. It's no, it's really efficient. Everything that we use is really highly efficient. Yeah. So these big glory holes that we use to reheat the glass, they actually kind of maintain their heat really well because they're well insulated. And so most of that heat is actually being kept inside of that brick kind of barrel that we use. So a lot of people imagine that, it's expensive, but we're actually really efficient when it comes to how much consumption we have. We don't keep these guys on 24/7. Just the glass furnaces. Yeah, and those also have a pretty sufficient and pretty good way of just keeping their heat, just because of how they're insulated and how they were made. Yeah, they're pretty much, the best of the best in here. So. So we're going to get ready to do this wrap of color on the outside. So you'll see in a moment we're going to bring out this color that we've been heating and attach it onto the whole piece and then start rotating the pipe really quickly so that we can get this kind of spiral on the outside of the glass. So you'll see they make an attachment and then they start spinning. And right now it's going to be a little bit hard to see that color and where the actual spiral is. But as we start to blow it and it starts to become larger and we start to create the shape of the vase, you'll actually be able to see that patterning a lot better. And what she's doing now is something called combing. So she's actually taking a metal tool and kind of pulling at those stripes that we just added, at that spiral of color, to create even more pattern and texture to the piece. It'll reform. I mean, you can imagine we continuously take it from a really hot, almost molten state back to being solid, and it kind of rotates between that constantly until we're done with it. So yes, right now it may look like, oh, it's taking on a shape like that we don't really want, but it can be restored back to what it was just a few moments ago pretty quickly with just heating and rolling and reshaping. So you'll see that right now we're kind of being a little bit more aggressive with it as we're kind of pulling at it. But the shape will come back. No, so the really nice thing about glass blowing is we use stainless steel for our pipes. Stainless steel doesn't create a chemical bond with glass, meaning that when we want the glass to come off the pipe, it will. And it also is a low heat transfer. So the heat will start to crawl up the length of that pipe. And there's moments where you can really see it glowing, kind of that orange color. But we're able to actually make sure it doesn't go past a certain point. And if it does start to get warm where they need to put their hand, we have the pipe cooler where they put it under some water and it cools down the pipe. But yeah, so right now you can see how red hot that pipe is. And yet she's able to grab pretty close up. And that's just because of the material that we use for the pipes. So we're going through the process of reshaping the glass after the combing and changing the pattern of that spiral that we added on. And you can see if we just heat it up enough and start rolling it back out on our marver table, it'll go right back to where we previously had it. It's part of the skill, is just learning how to handle it and know, where your hands should be, how to move your hands. It's probably one of the most challenging things to learn in glass blowing, is being able to rotate the pipe and keep it constantly rotating. A lot of people don't realize that you cannot just let it sit in one place because the glass will start to fall. Of course, gravity exists. And so that ability to constantly be in motion and rotating it is something that a lot of young starting glass blowers have a hard time, managing and learning how to do. Definitely. I mean, you're cramping up all the time. Honestly, it's a lot of work. It's some pieces get really heavy, and then you're also having to take into account that, the weight of it starts to get really overwhelming. In our case, we're making stuff that's relatively small. It's on the smaller side. But again, these guys are professionals. They've been doing it for, 20 something years. So it gets to a point where you just get used to it. You become pretty proficient at being able to handle it and work with the glass. What was that? No, definitely not that heavy. It's not, no, probably not even 5 pounds. I would say it's about the same weight as like the like I always forget the word for it. Like when you're lifting weights, the barbell, it's probably around the same weight as that without any of the weights on it, because it's just a stainless steel rod. So yeah, it's somewhere between probably 3 pounds, but I can't give you an exact number. And also, pipes come in all different sizes. So some of them are thicker, some of them are thinner. So there's definitely a range of how heavy they can get. What makes a piece start to feel really heavy is the fact that the weight distribution is uneven. So all of your weight is on one side of the pipe, and there's no dispersing that weight on either side. And so what is really maybe 10 pounds of glass starts to feel like 30 pounds, just because it's all on one side. So you'll see she's going in with the jacks now. So that's the metal tool that she's using. And meanwhile, Ben, one of our glass blowers, is kind of protecting her arm as she starts to be a little bit closer to the glass. This is what we call shielding. So he's using a wooden paddle to protect her bare skin. And by creating that jack line with those jacks, we're preparing for eventually the piece to be broken off of the pipe. So she's allowing that glass to kind of move back and forth, letting that gravity kind of pull it, elongate it a little bit more. So we went from a really round ball to more of this like kind of oblong, like oval shape, just by holding it upside down and spinning it back and forth. She's going in with her newspapers. This is a tool that we use in glass blowing. It's a stack of newspapers that we soak with water, and it allows the glass blowers to get a little bit of closer contact with the glass. It can kind of feel like the bare hand is actually changing and shaping the glass. And now that we've blown it up a lot more, we're able to really see that pattern of that spiraling color that we added to the outside. So the newspaper is just covered in water, and it's an interesting concept because as the water's evaporating from the heat of the glass, it's actually creating kind of a barrier that the glass can kind of float on between. Have you ever played air hockey? So on an air hockey table, there's air blowing up. Your puck can kind of float and glide across. It's a similar concept. As the water starts to evaporate, it's kind of, that air is coming off of it, the evaporation, and it creates this barrier between the glass and the newspaper. And so it allows us to use it to shape it. They go inside of the glass furnace and gather onto the pipe, yeah. So it's kind of like a rotating, like you kind of rotate the glass inside, or the pipe inside of the glass furnace, and it adds a layer onto the pipe. You have to build it up. So it starts small, and every layer that you add to it makes it become larger. And then in our case, of course, blowing the air into it also makes it expand and become bigger than it was. So they just went ahead and added the bottom to the vase. So what we're looking at is the part of the vase that'll be able to rest on a flat surface. And they're going to be preparing a new pipe. This is what we call the punty. And this will be then attached to that bottom so that we can start working with the opposite side of the glass. And we can start opening up that hollow space and the hole that we have left over from the blowpipe. So you can see over here we have a little bit of glass on the end of a solid pipe. Again, it's not going to be a blow type pipe this time because we do not need any air, and we also don't have a hole in the bottom of the piece to be able to blow any air into it. So you'll see they're going to make the attachment to the bottom of the piece with the new pipe. They're going to make sure that that connection is strong, and then they're going to get ready to break it off of this blowpipe. So that jack line that we created earlier is going to be really important right now because we're going to apply a little bit of water, cracking the surface of the glass, and then tapping it off. So as we send those vibrations through the pipe, as we hit it and tap on it, it's what causes it to break in that spot. And what we do is we kind of create the jack line, we add some water, we kind of prepare it to be the spot that it breaks at as much as we can so that it doesn't try to break anywhere else. And we just use the blowtorch to give us some specific heat in areas that are cooling down quicker than the rest of the piece. Since that end of the glass was previously connected to the blowpipe and was furthest away from where the heat was being directed to, it started to cool down a lot faster than the rest of the piece. So we're trying to get it nice and hot so that we can start working with it and make sure that it doesn't crack on us or break in any way. The guys on the other side of the hot shop are renting a bench. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Yeah, it's actually a mold. So they're using it to create the same shape over and over for consistency. Huh? Yes. There's no water. Sorry, it's so hard to hear. Um, there's no water in it. It's dry. They just go inside of it and blow so that they can take the shape of whatever is inside the mold. Yeah, they're here renting out that bench of the hot shop so that he can create whatever he needs. And he's kind of making the same thing over and over, kind of production style, um, probably for a commission or some sort of, I'm not too sure, but that's what he's working on. So back at the middle bench, we're getting prepared to trim off some of that excess of the lip line of the vase. So you can see we just go in with scissors, basically, that we use in glass called shears. And they allow the artist to trim away any excess glass that isn't needed, trying to get a clean edge and also make sure that it's the right length. Since we want these vases to look pretty much identical, which can be really challenging to do, they just trim off some of that excess that isn't needed and will only make the piece look different from the rest. Um, that's a good question. I think that probably not, only because I think that it's already cooled down so quickly that. Oh, on like this cold floor or. Oh, yeah. Yes, yeah. Entirely. So since this little pony up at the front is already at our room temperature and we can touch it and hold it, if we were to take glass straight out of the furnace that's 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit and put it onto that pony, yes, it would cause the pony to not be a pony anymore. So you'll see we actually took that neck that we had of the vase and we kind of opened it up and then pushed it down onto the actual body of the vase. It looks like we're getting a little close up of what that mold looks like. So we're going in with that Sophietta. That's that kind of pyramid shaped tool that they use to blow air back into the piece. And it kind of just helped to give a little bit more shape and roundness to the top of the vase. It looks like this vase is pretty much done. So one of our glass blowers is going to start getting into some protective clothing so that he will be able to carry it off to the annealer, where it will then cool down slowly to room temperature. The big black box on the side of the hot shop is where we put all of the finished pieces to then be cooled. So you'll see a little bit of water to that connection point just to create some of those cracks in the surface of the glass. And then we will get ready to tap it off of the pipe, torch the bottom to get rid of any of those rough edges. And then off to the annealer it goes. Can we give a round of applause for a finished vase? Thank you so much for hanging out with us. We'll be continuing to make them, so if you want to come stop in, check it out again in a little bit, we'd love that. If not, enjoy the rest of the museum. We have a beautiful gallery right now if you haven't gone and seen it, and hopefully we'll see you soon. welcome in, you guys. We're working on some Valentine's Day vases for our museum gift shop. So that's what we're doing in our center bench. Our team of glassblowers are working on those. Over off to the side, we actually have someone here renting out our bench. So he's doing kind of almost like what we would call a production work, where he's kind of just rinse, repeat, doing the same thing over and over for the day, trying to make a bunch of pieces. So that's what you'll see over on that side. And then meanwhile, in the center, we're going to be continuing to work on one of those vases. We just started not too long ago on our next one, so you haven't missed too much. The base of it's going to be white, and then we actually went in and wrapped a different color on top to create this spiral kind of pattern on the surface. And she's going in and actually combing it, is what we call it. So she's kind of pulling those stripes of color to create a new pattern. It can be a little bit hard to see right now, but as we start to blow the piece up, you'll be able to see it a lot more. If you have any questions that come up, let me know. So after going in and creating that new pattern of the stripes that they added to the surface of the glass, she reshaped it back to how it originally was before we kind of went in and dragged out those lines. She's going in now, starting to create a jack line to the piece. so that eventually we'll be able to actually break it off of this pipe and start working with the other side. Hello, welcome in. We're making some vases for Valentine's Day in our center bench here. And then off to the side, we actually have someone renting our bench. So you'll be able to see them doing some production work off to the side. They're kind of just making the same thing over and over. But here in the center, we're working on these vases. So we're about halfway through the process, so you'll be able to see the second half as we continue to shape out the glass and get ready to actually transfer on to a new pipe. Hello, welcome in. It is pretty warm in here, isn't it? Yeah, I know. It's kind of nice. It's a lot different than that chilly weather we have outside, all that snow we've been getting. Um, I want to let you guys know we're working on some Valentine's Day themed vases right now in our center bench. Off to the side, we have a bench rental. So somebody rented out the bench to work on their own individual project. But meanwhile, our hot shop employees are working on these Valentine's Day vases in the center. And we are just about to actually switch on to a new pipe now. So originally we've been on a blowpipe so that we can actually blow that air into the glass and start to change the size and the shape. And now we're going to be switching off to this solid pipe. So we won't have any more airflow going through the pipe. And this is just so that we can start working with the other side of the glass. And so that we can start to open up the vase and change the opposite side. So we'll be able to see, we're going to come over with that new pipe and make the connection to the bottom of the vase. Once the two are connected, we're going to grab a little bit of water in the tweezers. That's the tool that Sarah is holding at the bench. And that's going to get applied to the jack line, so this weak spot in the glass, and then we're going to tap it off. Now that it's on a new pipe, we're going to make some quick adjustments just so that we can make sure that the vase is centered on the pipe. All right, so you can see that we've started opening up that mouth of the vase, and we're actually going to kind of push those edges outwards and let them lay flush against the vase. Going to go ahead and heat up one of our tools. This is called the soffietta. This allows us to actually put air back into the piece once it's been disconnected from its blowpipe. So you'll see now as one of our glass blowers goes in with the soffietta to put some air back into the top half of the piece. We're going to do some last little final touches, and then we're going to be getting ready to actually call this piece done, break it off, and put it away into our annealer, which is the big black box on the side of the hot shop where we allow our glass to cool down to room temperature over a longer period of time, usually overnight. So you'll see one of our glass blowers is dressed in some protective clothing so that he will be able to take this piece to the annealer, adding a little bit of water and tapping it off, and then we're going to torch that bottom. And off to the annealer it goes. Another finished vase. Can we give our artists a round of applause? All right, so that was our third vase finished of the morning, and we're going to keep on going. So if you want to see the process from the beginning and you didn't get to, we're going to start it right now. How long? So the annealer, it's usually a 12-hour period of time. So usually overnight, before we all leave today at 5 o'clock, we'll actually set it up so that it starts doing that slow ticking down in temperature. And it takes, about 12 hours. But that depends on the thickness of the glass. So the thicker the glass, the longer it takes to cool, because we're trying to keep the core temperature and the outer temperature cooling at the same rate. Because if not, it causes it to actually implode on itself. It's about probably like 950 degrees is usually what it's kept at. And that's like a safe temperature for glass to rest at. Keeps it hot enough that it's not going to crack, but not too hot that it's going to take a new shape. So it's able to just sit in there and hang out until we start to cool it down. So now that we have blown the vase out, we're actually able to really see that pattern that we added on by spinning the color on the outside of the piece. And Sarah actually went in and did something that we call combing, where she took a metal tool and kind of dragged those lines across the surface to create even more of a pattern. And so now, as it comes out of the glory hole, we'll be able to get a better look at that patterning and how it's, really started to show up versus when it was still pretty compact. Now we've kind of stretched it out by blowing it. And we're going to be getting ready to prepare it for switching onto a new pipe. So this process is going to be flattening out that bottom to create a flat surface where the vase will be able to sit on a table or other flat surface. And this is also how we start to prepare for a new pipe to get connected onto that other end of the blown vase. So you can see we're starting to prepare that new pipe that's going to get attached to the bottom of the vase. They're going to go ahead and attach that new pipe to the bottom of the vase so that we can then get ready to break off and now be attached to a new one and be able to start working with the opposite end of the glass, which means we'll be able to actually kind of open it up from that opening into the hollow space that we left over from the blowpipe. So a little bit of water, and then she's going to tap it off. Just going to make some quick adjustments to the placement of the piece, trying to make sure that it's centered on the pipe. And for those of you that are just recently joining us, we're working on some vases for Valentine's Day. So these will actually go into our museum gift shop. This is the fourth one of today, and you can see that it's kind of got this salmony kind of white color as the base, and then we've wrapped that secondary color around the whole thing to create a really cool and interesting pattern on the surface. So you'll notice that Sarah is spending quite a bit of time inside of that glory hole to reheat the glass as much as she can. And specifically, she's trying to really heat up that front half where we're going to be starting to create the opening and the mouth of the vase. So you can see how much hotter that top part of the vase is compared to the rest just by how it's glowing. And she's going to go in and start to prepare that top on her next go. So this means she's going to actually trim away some of that excess of the lip and then start creating the silhouette of the top of the vase. So you'll see she's going to go in with her tweezers and start pinching at the opening, kind of separating and pulling away some of that glass from the rest of the vase. And then she's going to go in with her shears and trim away that excess glass that we don't need. So this is to create a even lip of the vase, but also to make sure that it's the right height, that we're trying to make sure that all of the vases look close to identical, and so we're trying to keep them within a certain measurement. And so by trimming away some of that excess, we're making sure that they will all look very cohesive and similar. You'll see now we're going inside of that lip and we're going to start shaping it out. As she goes inside of the vase, she's going to apply some pressure and allow that opening to actually go outwards and become flush with the rest of the vase. We're now going to see our glass blower is going to use a Sophietta. This allows them to blow some air back into the piece. So we're trying to kind of reinflate that top half. Now we're just going to make some small fixes, just make sure everything looks good. And one of our glass blowers is going to start getting into some protective clothing so that he will be able to carry the piece from the bench to the annealer, which is the big black box on the side of the hot shop. That's where we put all of our finished pieces of glass for them to slowly cool down to room temperature. And that usually is about 12-hour, usually like an overnight. So we'll allow everything that we put in there today to cool down overnight, and we'll be able to see it tomorrow. So the annealer is usually set to around 900 degrees. So it stays at a temperature that's safe for the glass, where it's not going to get too hot that it becomes fluid again and takes on new shape, but it's not going to be too cold that it's going to crack from it like from it cooling down too quickly. So it stays in there at that very like harmonious temperature for the glass until we kind of set it to then slowly tick down. And when I say slowly, I mean it goes very slowly. We're trying to make sure that the core temperature of the glass matches the outer temperature so that it doesn't then crack or implode on itself. You can see we're just making some quick fixes to it before we call it good and put it away. So it looks like we're ready to go ahead and break this vase off of its pipe. So we're going to add a little bit of water to that connection point and get ready to tap it off of the pipe. We're now going to torch the bottom just to clean up that connection point that we previously had. And go ahead and walk it to the annealer. Can we give a round of applause for a finished vase? All right, so I think our glass blowers are going to go on their hour lunch break. Thank you so much for coming in, hanging out with us. We'll be back after our lunch. So the time will get posted on the screen if you want to come back. We'll be continuing to work on these vases for the rest of the day. If not, check out the rest of the gallery. And thank you so much for coming to the museum. We hope to see you again soon.
All right, so welcome into the hot shop to those of you who are in here. We have a couple of different things going on at the same time today, so I'll have a little bit of a busy time explaining everything as we go along. It's a little bit mellow right now, but what we're focusing on up on the screen and over on the left bench is Levi Belver. We have people who come in and they'll work on the side benches sometimes alongside of our hot shop team, which will be working at the center bench. And today Levi is making, I think, probably some of his classic glasses, which are used for drinks in a couple of different ways. Can't remember what exactly they're called. I'll make sure to check in with them, but they are working with clear glass so far, or the majority of it is clear glass. Meanwhile, at the center bench, we're going to see quite a bit more color. And yeah, we're still just kind of getting started at the center bench. So while we have some time, I'll give an explanation of the hot shop itself. So first off, one of the most important things in our hot shop is this large tank with the closed door, kind of on either side of the hot shop. These are our glass furnaces, so they hold molten glass inside of them at just about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And yeah, it's kind of like a giant crucible holding that pool of molten glass. And this is all just clear, so we do have to apply color through some different ways. Which brings me to what you see Trent doing at the center bench here. He's heating up a piece of colored glass on the end of his pipe, which has come from the garage, this large silver box. We'll just use this to preheat the glass that we have to use in the hot shop. So we'll melt this down in our next furnace. This is up to about 2300 degrees Fahrenheit and is used just for reheating. There's nothing physically inside of this except a great big swirling ball of fire. And yeah, we're going to heat this color up until it's completely molten, and then we will drop it onto some clear glass to kind of cover it. That's kind of the gist of getting colored glass in the hot shop. Yeah, so the glasses that Levi's making this time over on the left, these are drinking glasses. They have kind of thin walls to them and then a really nice thick bottom, kind of like an icy bottom as we call it here. And yeah, these are going to become drinking glasses or whiskey glasses. And I'll make sure to check in at the center bench as well, see what exact object we're working on. And if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to just grab my attention, and as long as it's glass related, I should be able to answer it. So the way that these glasses are made over on the left bench is they are blown into a mold. And this mold specifically is submerged in water. This is just to make sure that it cools and it doesn't ever feel like sticking to the hot glass that's put inside of it over and over again. And you can see they have to hold it in there for a decent amount of time just to let that glass cool enough for it to stop moving. If we were to pull it out too early, then we could lose that shape. Yeah, we use a variety of molds in the hot shop. We'll use optic molds, which you'll see kind of throughout the hot shop underneath these small metal tables that we have called marvers. And these give patterns to the glass, like ridges and lines. Oh yeah, and I just got an update about what we're working on at the center bench. So while Levi's continuing to make those glasses over on the left, this is kind of a commission project. He's going to be making as many of these as he can. At the center bench, they're going to be working on some store items. And yeah, once again, the people who will be working kind of on this side of the hot shop, they are our Museum of Glass hot shop teams. They work here full time. And they're going to be making some vases that have some special patterning on the outside. I haven't seen it yet today, but sounds like we might be feathering some lines. You'll see what I mean, but wrap the lines around the glass, and then you drag a pick through it, and it bends the lines. Oh, and you'll notice over on the left bench, the way that they're finishing these pieces off is they're knocking them off and simply torching the top, getting rid of any leftover sharpness that might remain, and that's pretty much it. So that means on a later date, they have to break the top of this glass off to be able to have that kind of straight, cylindrical whiskey glass. And this could be done in a couple of different ways. The way that they're probably going to be doing that is by etching a line into the glass and then heating it up while the glass is cold, which will crack and pop the top portion of the glass off. Oh yeah, so for those who just joined, I know there are a couple new faces here and there. I was just explaining kind of the finishing process of the glasses that you're seeing over on the left bench, which these are drinking glasses or whiskey glasses. And then at the center bench, you'll see us making some vases. These are two completely separate projects. Over on the left, Levi's here working on some commission work, and he comes into the hot shop pretty frequently and will work on his own projects. And then at the center bench, this is our own Museum of Glass hot shop team. So far at the center bench, we have a small clear bubble of glass. And we'll let this sit and cool down just a little bit. And we're currently melting some solid colored glass over on the right bench. This will be brought over and then dropped on top of that clear bubble. And then we'll go through the process of pushing and rolling that color back until it covers up that clear bubble. So this is how we get a really smooth, even layer of color across the entire piece. So anything that looks like it's all just one color, it's usually just a thin layer of real colored glass sandwiched between clear glass layers. Yeah, so the broken pieces of glass on the floor will kind of accumulate throughout the day. And so we'll usually clean it up all at once at the very end of the day. Unless there's a lot of it, then we tend to clean it up whenever we have a little break. And yeah, it really depends on the amount of people that you have as well. Right now, this is a relatively small team of 3 people. I know that sounds like 3 people might be a lot, but it's a pretty average or small amount of glass blowers for one project. And yeah, these pieces of glass, they cooled relatively quickly. Right when they come off the pipe, they might be about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And they do have the risk of breaking as they sit there, so that is something to consider. But yeah, these guys have been working with glass for a really long time, about 20 to 30 years individually, so they're not really worried about their safety. And I just realized I haven't pointed out this box yet. So we cool the glass inside of these large boxes throughout the room called annealers. And we have a variety. Some of them load from the top, like the ones in the front. Some of them load from the side. But they just hold the glass at an even temperature, and then they very slowly cool the glass all at once. And yeah, that process that I was describing earlier where we're dropping the color, now we'll go through the process of pushing and rolling that color back. And it looks like this is a white layer of glass. Yes, so the center bench will be making some vases. Yeah, but we won't see the shaping take place for just a little while because there's a lot of work that needs to be done for the coloring and the patterning. And yeah, we'll be seeing some lines of color added to this piece, which will be fun. Oh yeah, and just to point out something interesting, so if you come in on different days into the Museum of Glass, you'll see different people sitting and working at the center bench. They may all be the same team, but they kind of cycle through and they take turns testing out designs that they've created or just kind of giving each other chances to practice the different roles that are within the glassblowing team. So today Sarah's working at the center bench, and I think that this is her design that she's working on. It's kind of how it works. So that's the color that's being prepared over on the right that'll be wrapped around this white bubble of glass at the center bench. And I'm not sure what this color is quite yet. We'll have to wait until they actually use it and then it cools down to be able to see that color. Also, to wrap the color in even increments over and over again around the entire bubble, sometimes they'll do it by hand. They'll just kind of come behind the bench and they'll wrap it all the way around the bubble. But this time we have this set up right here this kind of roller station, roller wrap, and we will be setting the bubble onto these rollers, which will pull the glass back at those really even kind of small increments. That glass will wrap around. And this nozzle is just blowing some compressed air, kind of like blowing on a hot piece of food, cooling it down a little bit faster. So at this point, we've gathered a layer of clear over top of that white layer of glass. And we've started to use this wooden spoon-shaped tool called the block, kind of smooth and even out all that glass and just make sure that the bubble blows out evenly. And this is usually used twice before we actually start to blow that glass out. We won't be blowing this out very much quite yet, but we will shape the glass into a long tapered shape before wrapping that color around the bubble. So welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. I'll let you know first off that we are working at the center bench for the most part. But we have a couple of different things going on at the same time. So at the center bench, our Museum of Glass hot shop team, these three, are going to be working on some vases. And then over on the left, we have Levi Velber, and then also his assistant, Eric. And we are seeing some drinking glasses being made over there, kind of like a whiskey glass, has a nice thick bottom to it. And this is a little bit of a repetitive process, but I want to just make sure you guys have a chance to understand it. So they'll start off with a single clear bubble on the end of their pipe, And then they will gather a layer of clear just on kind of the lower half of that bubble. A lot of that glass tends to be focused towards the bottom just to get that thick bottom in the end. And then this is all blown into a mold to get that overall shape. Now here at the center bench, we're about to see the roller wrap. So we're applying these lines of color all the way around the bubble. So once again, these rollers that we've placed the white bubble of glass on are pulling that pipe back at even increments, and this is wrapping the color around, just creating these perfectly spaced lines. And I've heard that we're going to alter these lines even further from here. We might see them feather the lines by kind of dragging a tool through them. And yeah, once again, this piece here is turning into a vase, and we've been seeing these throughout the day earlier today, and we'll continue to see them until the museum closes. I think these are going to become store items, so you'll see them on the Museum of Glass's stores shelves eventually. So we're using this rake, which basically has 2 points on either end of it to drag through the glass. And of course, this is pushing all the lines and creating that sort of feathering pattern. So after that bubble is blown inside of the mold over on the left bench, they just kind of balance out the heat by heating up the cold areas and letting that kind of molten hot area on the bottom cool down. And then it is broken off before they torch the leftover sharp ends just at the opening of the piece, making it easier to handle later on and getting rid of any stress. And then this is set aside in the annealer, which is this large black box. This will slowly cool the glass overnight, and it's something that we put basically all of our finished pieces into. Now the glass is technically not finished. They have to break the top of the piece off to be able to have that perfect cylindrical shape, and the top will be open, of course. So they have to finish that on a later date by either cutting or popping the top of the glass off. So they're going to have to break the glass in some sort of way. And at the center bench, after using the rake to push through those lines and create that feathered pattern, we're now rolling the glass on the marver, this metal table. And we do have these throughout the hot shop. This really large one usually just stays just by the center bench. And when we're rolling the glass on the marver, it's pulling heat out of the glass and preventing it from blowing out too much in that direction that we're cooling, so we can kind of control the shape. And the next tool that I'll point out is this pad in Sarah's hand. This is actually just folded up newspaper soaked in water. That is all that material is. And this is as close as you'll see us get to using our hands to shape the glass. And next, Sarah's starting the jack line. So the jack line is basically a divot that will squeeze into the glass, and this is our breaking point. So later on, when we have the shape of kind of the lower half of our piece, we will break the piece off from this line just by applying some water and cracking that glass. Oh, actually, I was wrong. So that first divot that we created is actually going to be the bottom of the neck of the vase. And now this other line that we've created closer to the pipe, this is going to be where we break the piece off of the pipe. And this is an example of us using gravity to shape the glass. So if we want a longer and taller or skinnier shape, then we'll hang it down towards the floor. And using that same logic, sometimes we'll hold the glass up towards the ceiling, and this will give us a squatter, wider shape as the glass slumps down onto itself. So if we want a plate or a low bowl, this is what we would do. But this is definitely more common. Also, this is when we'll start using wooden paddles in the process. We're just using them to shield the artist's hands and arms from the heat that's coming off of the glass. We do use them to flatten the piece at the very end, like flatten the bottom. But yeah, as that surface area grows, you really feel the heat on your skin. So now most of the heat has been focused on the bottom of our piece. We're pushing in with that wooden paddle. And the glass has cooled down quite a bit at this point. So earlier when we were working with it, everything was orange or yellow colored just because the glass was so hot. It was radiating all that light and heat. And now it has cooled down so you can see the true color a lot better. So this is looking like it's going to be a white base, of course, which we already figured out. But the color on top is kind of like a transparent pink so far. And at this point, we're just keeping the piece barely warm enough. We want it to stay just at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit at this point. Any lower than it can break from thermal shock, and any higher than we lose the shape that we just worked so hard to get. So we're going in and out of the furnace. And in the meantime, we are preparing another pipe with a little bit of clear glass on the end. And this is the punty. It'll be brought over and attached to the center of the bottom of the piece, and then we'll break this piece off of the pipe it's on right now. So we've just brought that punty over. And they let that connection set up and stop moving a little bit before they dip their tweezers in some water and then apply that water to the jack line, which you might remember is this small divot in the glass right next to the pipe. Then all it takes is a tap of the pipe and that piece pops right off. Yeah, for those who just joined, we're working on a vase at the center bench. We're getting pretty close to finishing already. We're just going to work on the top half now and the neck area. And then over on the left bench, completely different project. We have Levi Belber sitting down at that bench, and he's making some glasses, kind of like whiskey glasses or just mixed drinks in general. And yeah, these have a really nice, icy, thick bottom, and then they're nice and thin on the sides, and this is commission work for him. So we are kind of messing around with the opening of the piece at this moment, and it looks a little messy right now, but what we're doing is we have used a pair of tweezers to pinch and pull the opening outward. This is more so to kind of stretch the neck of the glass out. All of this kind of rugged glass is going to be cut off using a pair of shears, like you're seeing right here. So this gets rid of any extra thickness that we might have had. It gets rid of any uneven patterns or uneven breakage from removing the piece from that previous pipe. So now we're just left with a perfect opening and hopefully a perfect neck. And that's where all those scraps on the floor have come from earlier as well. This is not from a broken piece, and this is all the scrap that they've created all day today. So there's very little waste in this process. So we don't see this tool super often, but this cone-shaped tool is the Sophietta. That cone blocks off the opening to the piece, allowing us to reinflate the glass. In this case, we heated up only maybe the upper third of the piece, so we're only reinflating that area right at the top and around the opening. And you can see this has given us a much rounder shape on top. Also with the neck, looks like it was kind of folded down, so it has kind of thickened that area of the glass, and that's something they have to consider when they are heating and working with it. But this is all just part of the design, so they wanted it to have that band of just white at the top. And when finishing this piece off, we torch the bottom, usually stamp it with the Museum of Glass logo, and then this goes inside of our annealer over on the right wall. And once again, these sit at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. They're going to hold that piece at a safe temperature and then very slowly cool it down. And now we can celebrate now that it's safely put away inside of that box. Thank you for the applause. All right, so that was our first piece we finished after our lunch break. And yeah, we're just going to continue to work on as many of those as we can at the center bench. And if you guys have any questions at any point, feel free to let me know. And for those who recently joined in, I'm sure you've already seen kind of the action happening with this furnace in the back. But that tank with the closed door, that furnace specifically, is where we're getting our glass. So each time we go in there, we're gathering more material on the end of our pipe, whether there already be a layer of glass there or just the pipe itself. And yeah, that tank is only clear glass, so you'll see how we get color at the center bench. We'll be using a couple of different methods of getting color and pattern. Over on the left bench, you're just working with clear all day today. So Ben over on the right has pulled out a piece of color bar. That kind of cylindrical shaped piece of glass he has on the end is just solid colored glass through and through. I'm not sure what color it is yet. We'll kind of have to wait and see. But we've been preheating these pieces of color inside of this box right here, which is why they were hanging around. And yeah, we just need to make sure that the glass is up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit before we actually start melting it down. If we go straight from cold to hot or straight from hot to cold, then it will break from thermal shock. So we'll melt this color completely down on the end of this pipe, and then we'll drop it on top of a clear bubble. And then we'll just spread that color over top and completely cover up that bubble so that the piece appears to be all made from colored glass, but really it's just a layer of color sandwiched between layers of clear. And if you were to cut into a piece of glass that has a solid layer of that color, you'd be able to see that layer kind of like a tree ring. So when I said we'd be dropping that molten color, I meant quite literally we will be dropping it on top of this clear bubble. So we've brought that over and drop it on top, and we'll cut it off using some diamond shears. And then we'll go through the process of pushing and rolling this color back using both some tools and also this metal table here called the marmer until it covers up that clear bubble. So this is just the base layer of color. You guys were around for the last piece, or at least the end of it. And you remember how we have those lines of color on the surface. So we do have that one more layer of design or color that we need to get done. So Trent is preparing that right now. He has a kind of a triangular shaped piece of colored glass on the end of his pipe, and he's preparing it, getting it ready to bring over and wrap around this bubble of colored glass to the center bench. So now we have that layer of color on our bubble. We're gonna let this sit and cool down just a little bit. We'll gather another layer of clear over top of it to build up a little bit of mass, and also to just have a layer of clear in between our two layers of color. Sometimes colors react a little bit weird together, so there's different metals and minerals and oxides inside of those colors. And when we wrap that color around this bubble, we're gonna be using this setup over here where we have these rollers laid out. And those rollers are just making sure that the lines of color that we create are perfectly spaced. That's pretty much it. And right after gathering a layer of clear, or even after applying layers of color, we'll usually use this block, this wooden spoon-shaped tool, kind of smooth and even out the fresh layer of glass. Just make sure that the bubble blows out evenly from within all this glass. And this tool is usually used twice before we blow it out at all. We'll blow it out just a little bit, then we'll also shape it into a long tapered shape to make sure that that color that we wrap around goes all the way to the very end of the bubble. So to shape it into this long tapered shape that I was describing, we'll usually use this pad, which is actually just folded up newspaper soaked with water or splashed with water. And yeah, this is basically as close as we'll get to using our hands to shape the glass. At this point, we probably won't blow it out very much further until we get that final layer of color on. And there is one more alteration that's going to be made when they do get that final layer of color, is they're going to feather that color. And you'll see what I mean when we get to it, but basically they'll have those lines all around the bubble, just going in the same direction. And then this pick will be dragged through the color to bend all those lines. And it creates a texture kind of like feathers. And this is a pipe cooler that we're using. It's just a trough of water that we set the pipe down into. And for those who just joined in, a little update. We are working on making a vase at the center bench, which is what I'm focusing on for the most part. We have a bubble of kind of a light pinkish purplish color at the center bench. This has a layer of clear over top of it. And we're getting ready to wrap another color around the bubble, which is being prepared over on the right bench. And this will go through a little bit more designing, of course. Over on the left bench, we have Levi Belber, who's sitting and making these glasses that are for whiskey or just varieties of drinks. And yeah, both of these are kind of continuous. We're continuing to make these vases, and we're continuing to make those glasses. Both are happening at the same time, but they are separate projects. So we've just brought that color over at the center bench. This is attached to the very back end of the glass, right next to the pipe. And then as they turn, this pipe is pulled back incrementally on these rollers, which creates perfectly spaced lines of color. So now we have our lines of color. Once again, we're going to go through that process of feathering the glass. So we're seeing that feathering process now at the center bench. So this pick is pushed into the glass, and then as it is dragged, it's pushing all those lines in that same direction. You'll be able to see this pattern a lot better later on once we start blowing this piece out and shaping it a little bit, cooling it eventually. And the last piece that they made had 2 of these lines, just one on either side of the bubble. Yeah, and after heating that bubble back up a little bit, we're using the newspapers again. And so once again, this pad here, all it is just folded up newspaper soaked in water. And we've blown this up a decent amount already. This is going to get even bigger, and there's going to be a lot of shaping that starts to happen from here. We'll form kind of the lower half of the vase first. We'll flip the orientation, and then we'll work on the upper half of the vase. And just to orient you, the bottom of the vase is going to be the area furthest from the pipe right now. So just to give an overview of the hot shop for any newcomers, I know there are some people just joining in as well. We'll start off with the most important piece of machinery in the back here. This is the glass furnace that we're using today, this tank with the closed door. We also do have one on this side, has the do not open sign on it, just because it's currently charging new glass mixture inside of it. And yeah, this is where we get all of our molten materials. So this is sitting at just about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, holds up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass inside of a giant ceramic crucible. And the other furnaces we have with the open faces, these are just for reheating. So each time we go inside of these, we're just trying to make the glass malleable again. And we do have all of, well, I guess technically we don't have the big one on, but we have 3 of these on at the moment. They're not necessarily different from each other. Some might be a little bit bigger than the other, but we just have to be able to work at multiple places at once. So that's the only reason we have 3 on at this moment. And we'll use a variety of other equipment throughout the process, but I usually will point it out as we kind of go along. So if anyone has any specific questions about equipment, like this big silver box here we used earlier, this is the garage, just preheats things up to or keeps things at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And yeah, once again, we're making vases at the center bench, and this is what I'm focusing on for the most part. But over on the left bench, we have Levi Belber, who is working on some glasses, kind of like whiskey glasses or just drinking glasses in general. So we're seeing kind of a repetitive process at both benches, just different projects in general. And the hot shop isn't super loud today, but I do have closed captioning on the screen, which I like to point out every now and then. It does help out, especially when they start using these large fluffy flames. These get a lot bigger when they press a button. So to finish off the bottom of our vase, we're pushing a wooden paddle onto the bottom. We're still just kind of contouring to the shape using those 2 metal blades, the jacks. And just like that, the bottom of our vase is complete. So from here on out, we're not really going to be altering the lower half of our shape very much. Instead, we'll be attaching another pipe to the bottom, and then we'll be breaking this piece completely off of the pipe that it's on right now. So we'll be able to work on the upper half of the vase. And this torch I briefly pointed out earlier, Still not quite its full power that it could be, but this is running around the same temperature as the furnaces themselves, between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. But we use it to heat up just a very specific area of the glass. So we're heating up the area that's kind of cold, which is near the pipe, and letting the bottom cool down. So we've just brought the punty over. The punty is this second pipe that we attach to the piece in some sort of way to be able to break the piece off from its original pipe. And yeah, once this connection is set up and it's not moving around too much, then they apply some water to the jack line, which is this divot in the glass. And then with a quick tap of the pipe, that piece pops right off. Just a little science behind that. The water is causing small cracks in the glass from thermal shock. The tapping of the pipe is sending a vibration to those cracks, which then breaks that section of the glass. So we had to be careful to avoid thermal shock at all points in the process except for this one moment. So the next most important step that we're doing at the center bench here, it's kind of hard to see from behind these paddles, but Sarah's going in with some tweezers and she's pinching more than she is pulling at the opening of the piece. And you can see this is really stretched out, that area of the glass. We had this really squat shape to start off with, and now we have this longer neck. And a lot of this glass is going to be trimmed off with a pair of shears, kind of like glass scissors. And eventually, this opening will be folded back to kind of touch down on the shoulder of the glass. It's a very confusing process, but you'll see it play out in front of you. And I'm not quite sure what this technique is called. It's something I don't see super often. So Sarah's using the jacks, those two metal blades, on the inside of that neck, and very slowly push that glass backward, and then finally finishing it off, completely pushing it against the shoulder of the vase. So now we have kind of that folded lip or folded edge to the piece. And this is showing off the color from the inside of the vase and kind of covering up those lines that we had on the outside. So now we have that band of solid pink just around the opening. Yeah, as I described earlier, it's a little bit of a difficult process or concept to describe, so it's good to just see it play out. There's a little bit more alteration that is done from here. They'll go in with a Sophietta, which is this cone-shaped tool. That cone blocks off the opening to the piece, allowing them to blow a little bit more air inside. So they've reinflated just the top, maybe third of the piece, even if that. And just like that, this vase is done. So we're heating up, once again, kind of the cold area of the glass, which is the last thing to enter the furnace as we heat it up and the first thing to exit. So it's naturally just pretty cold. We'll torch this area where the glass is physically connected to the pipe until we see some movement in that connection. And then we apply some water to crack that connection, just like we did earlier, and then pop the piece off. And whenever we break bigger pieces off in the hot shop, we'll usually catch them with some Kevlar gloves, which you can see Trent wearing now. And the bottom of the piece is torched to both get rid of any sharp ends that remain and also to hopefully just completely flatten the bottom out. Make sure it sits straight on a table. And this piece is completely done. So this goes inside of the annealer where it will slowly cool overnight. We won't see it again until tomorrow. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing their second vase for the second half of the day. Oh, come on. Round of applause for all their hard work. Thank you, everyone. You know, sometimes I think my voice is like lulling people to sleep. I want to make sure you guys can hear me all right. Yeah, so completely different process happening over on the left. We have Levi Belber, who is making some whiskey glasses or drinking glasses, and these are being made by making a bubble of clear glass, gathering a little extra glass on the bottom so that it has this nice, thick, icy bottom on the bottom of the glass, And then this is shoved directly inside of a metal mold. And this is sitting in a pool of water just to continuously cool it as they use it over and over again. And yeah, that's it. After it is put inside of the mold, that piece is pretty much done. And they'll pop it off of the pipe. So at the center bench, we're going to see that process all over again, creating this vase. And we start by getting that overall base color. So last time, the piece we made had this light pink color across the entire surface. So this glass that we're melting down right now, this is solid pink glass through and through. And the way that we get the colors in glass, there are different metals and metal oxides and minerals that are mixed into the glass. And it's rolled into these bars of color, which we then get shipped in from different companies. And then we just melt down segments of those bars and use them at a time. So we never have an entire like molten pot of color, like we have a molten pot of clear. That is something that you can find. They call them color pots. They're just not very common because then you can only have that one color unless you change it out, and cleaning it is a big pain. And after letting that pink layer of glass cool down, we're gathering a layer of clear over top. And this is partially to get a little bit of mass for the piece. And it's also going to be a layer of clear between our two layers of color, which we will start preparing that second layer of color pretty soon. And welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. We have a couple of different things going on at the same time, so just to give you a little overview, at the center bench we have our Museum of Glass hot shop team. These guys work here full time at the museum as glass artists, and we are working on making some vases. These may become store items in the future, we shall see. And then over on the left bench, we have Levi Belber, who's working on a commission project where he's making these small glasses. These can be either whiskey glasses or just kind of general drinking glasses. And yeah, these are made all with clear glass. Both benches are continuously making these items all day today, just kind of making as many as they can get done. And I've been mainly highlighting the center bench just because it's a little bit of a longer, more complex process. But if you guys ever have any questions, feel free to let me know at any point. So this glass at the center bench, believe it or not, is pink with this little layer of a red or a kind of dark pink around the outside. And this pattern was created by wrapping glass around the bubble, all the way from the pipe all the way to the very tip of the bubble. And then a tool was dragged through those lines to create this quote-unquote feathering pattern, so it looks a little bit like feathers on the surface of the glass. And we're just now forming the bottom half of the vase. So just there briefly, we used gravity as a shaping tool. We heated up the bubble and hung it down towards the floor, just stretching it out a little bit. So now we have this longer, narrower shape for our vase overall. And we've been continuously using this pad, which is actually just folded up newspaper soaked in water. This is as close as we get to using our hands to shape the glass. Yeah, welcome into the hot shop. If you don't already know what's going on, I'll just give a quick little overview. So we have two different projects going on at the same time. At the center bench, we have our Museum of Glass hot shop team who's working on some vases. And this vase that we're working on in particular has a light pink base color, and then it has these fine lines of like a darker transparent pink over top. And we're just finishing it off. We're working on the upper half of the vase now where we have the neck. And then over on the left bench, we have Levi Belber who's making some drinking glasses or whiskey glasses. And this is kind of a commission project. So he's making as many of these as he can before the end of the day today. And yeah, we're working with all clear glass over on the left. We're working with a couple of different colors at the center bench. And this technique of getting these colors is a little bit difficult to describe. So I'll just wait till you see the next piece, basically. But yeah, we are finishing off the neck. We just stretched it out a little bit by pulling on it with some tweezers. And then we'll trim all of that excess glass off with some shears, kind of like glass scissors. So we've just used these shears now. This is where all the scraps on the floor are coming from throughout the day today. This is all the scrap that's been created throughout the entire day, so there's very little waste. Now at the tops of these pieces, the neck is folded all the way back and touched down onto the shoulder. And this basically just creates a rim or an opening of just the base color. It's kind of covering up those lines that we had on the surface. And we'll fix the shape just a little bit. So far, each of the pieces, they've reinflated a little bit just at the top to make them rounder and a little bit bigger. But yeah, this is pretty much the overall shape. We're getting really close to finishing this one off. So right here, this is a Sophietta. The cone will block off the opening to the piece, and then the mouthpiece on the end allows us to reinflate that glass a little bit more. So this piece is done and we're getting ready to break it off of the pipe and put it away. This includes torching that area where the glass is physically connected to or on the pipe until we see a little bit of movement in that connection. And then we just apply a little bit of water right at the end of the pipe and then tap the pipe to pop it off. And that piece is completely done. And whenever they can, they'll always torch the bottom with this really hot focused flame. This gets rid of any sharp ends that might remain from that connection point. Kind of smooths the bottom out. And yeah, that piece is done. Thanks for the applause. So this goes inside of the annealer, this large black box over on the right wall, to very slowly cool down overnight, meaning we won't see this piece again until tomorrow. And you can see our previous pieces in there as well. And then that process continues. So once again, we're just making as many of these vases as we can at the center bench. And then over on the left, we're continuing to make those glasses, which I don't know if I pointed out, this mold is being used to create the perfect shape for this glass. This is submerged in water just to make sure the mold doesn't get too hot at any point. Yeah, welcome into the hot shop again. Yeah, we're continuing to work on those vases here at the center bench. You came in at the perfect time because we are just seeing the application of color right here in the form of a roller wrap. So we're using these rollers to pull the pipe back at really even increments, and this creates perfectly spaced lines across the entire bubble. So this bubble overall is kind of a lighter pink color, and then we've just wrapped a darker pink or kind of a red over the surface. And then we'll go through the process of pushing some of those lines around, and this creates a texture kind of like feathers.